Oh, there we go. Ha ha. What's up, Randy? What's up, nobody? How are y'all? That was weird. My board glitched out and had my mic muted. That was weird. I was like, no, something broke again. False alarm. How's everybody? Happy Friday. It's finally Friday. Been a long week. But it's over now, which is exciting. Yeah. Happy Valentine's Day. And actually you're on the correct day this time. So far Randy has wished us happy Valentine's Day twice this year. True. True. Very true. I mean, the applications weren't really there this year, so I mean, they haven't really been there for the past few years. So, it is what it is, and I'm okay with it. Cuz that just means I get to do things I want, right? Like we can play some more Valve tonight and other stuff if we want to. It's kind of great. I don't have to spend a ton of money out and about. What's up, Charles? How are you? So so yeah, I feel like today is the day that I embrace my independence. You are correct, Randy. You are correct. So, what we doing? Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. You know, there's nothing I can really say to make it better except for today is a reminder for me and all the other single people out there how great it is to not have to worry about that stuff. It would be really nice if like we could treat each other with decency and respect and be honest with one another. But the sad part is the way this world is going, or at least the way the US is going. Yeah, we're going backwards. We're not doing that. But but it's okay. It's okay. What's up, Glass? How are you? So we have options. We have options. Depending on who shows up tonight, we could do some rivals and stuff. But we are doing Avowed tonight. I don't care what anybody says. I'm continuing on Avowed. We can do something else and then transition to Avowed. But I'm enjoying Avowed. Just gonna go ahead and put that out there. Um, we wouldn't be able to pick on TD. I mean that's fair. I guess that's fair. You know, this feels weird. My camera over here. Let's move that there. Okay. Whenever I go into Avowed, I'll move it back so y'all can see how much y'all destroyed me last night. because y'all had me play on Path of the Damned, but it's okay. You know, I feel like though y'all are pushing me out of my like comfort zone cuz games like when I played them, I never actually like the hardest difficulty always scared me. I'm like, I don't want to. I just want to play the story. I don't really care about the difficulty. But now that y'all are actually like pushing me to do it, it's kind of one of those like, this isn't actually that bad, and I feel more accomplished when I get through it because I know I played on the hardest difficulty. So it's kind of like, in one way, it's kind of cool. Another way, I hate chat sometimes. It's like a love hate relationship, right? Right? What could possibly go wrong? Other than the fact, right, that y'all have to watch me play the same damn thing over and over and over like 50 different times, or y'all walk off and like, hey, maybe when I come back after this show, right, he'll finally get through the tutorial. I think that's what y'all do. That's what y'all do, right? It's like, okay, he's on the tutorial. I'll be back in an hour. I'm gonna go watch some like true crime series or something more entertaining. And you come back like, damn, is he still in the tutorial? That's what. See, now I'm hurt because character creation is the absolute most important part. There was a lot of thought that went into that character creation to create the character that was best suited for the Path of the Damned difficulty and journey that was getting ready to set forth upon in front of that character. But it's okay, I understand. I'm fine with that. I can understand. Everybody has different things they like to watch. Some don't like watching characters get created. It's okay. I get it. I understand. Did it really take an hour? I don't remember it taking an hour. Fake news. Fake news. You're banned. You're banned from the room. Okay, sorry. We won't get political tonight. I'll try not to. I'll try to hold my tongue on that. Anyway. Anyway. All right. What are we doing? What are we doing? I should have messaged Sylvie to see what she wanted to play Rivals tonight or not. I think the season ends. Oh, yeah. The season ends on the 21st. Or the first half. And then the second half of the season starts. I still got to get the gold. God dang it. So, what's everybody doing for Valentine's Day tonight? Or did y'all do? Or I don't know. Okay, you know you can't use big words in front of me that I don't understand. What do you mean? He's gonna make me Google things. He's gonna make me Google it. I somewhat know the occult stuff. Esoteric, though. I clearly don't read enough anymore. Even though I do still read. I don't know. I still need a name for the other channel. Because do you know how much freaking content is being put out on a daily basis? Holy crap. What do you mean hidden truths? There's nothing hidden about what's being done right now. They're doing it out in the open, but people are like, oh, that's not what's going on. Okay, I really gotta stop. Really gotta stop. Well, I'm gonna have to throw on the tag. I don't want to throw on the tag tonight. But did any of those names that I posted sound good to you, Randy, at all? I did. Of course, I did what TD suggested, and yeah, I didn't like half the shit that AI pushed out. Mm, but are we? But are we? Well, honestly, to be honest, I think we were part of a simulation, and now the US has started its own different simulation from the rest of the world. So we're not even in the same simulation anymore. But I digress. We're like in a bad version of the Matrix right now. And the sad part is it's a 4-year long movie. Help. Help me. Yeah. So how are you gonna like one and tell me not to use it? What is this? What is this shenanigans? Shenanigans. I should start going pinging people. Like, look, that would be the whole point of the channel, right? They would come in confused, and then we would educate them, right? And hopefully they're no longer confused. That would be the whole point of the channel, covering stuff to educate people so they understand why things are bad when everybody's like saying, "Oh, it's not bad," but it's really bad. You know, like Canada hating us, how bad that is. But no, it's not really bad, but it's bad. That sort of deal. But you have a point as well. So I don't know. I thought it would be cool to play like around with like the UFO like acronym thing or whatever, but then I didn't like any of the names, and I tried to get it to be funny, but it wasn't funny. It started making really long, obnoxious names. Although there was one I really liked where it was like, I filibustered my podcast. That was like the only one I liked of the really long names was like, I filibustered my podcast. I'm like, that's actually pretty good. But then I'm like, it's probably not even close to original. If AI gave it as an option, it's not original. I don't know. I will try to come up with something. I'll try to come up with something this weekend. I have some internal testing stuff I have to do this weekend. Um so that's going to take up some time. Plus I'm in Avowed, and I've got to push to finish Chernobyl Light 2 soon, cuz Chernobyl Light cuz Chernobyl Light 2 is coming soon. Yeah, that was actually pretty good. But I doubt that channel's available. So, yeah. Although that would be hilarious. And on top of that, you know, the band element, or yeah, like band singers, I don't know, artists, LMAO. It doesn't need to be serious. That's the thing, too. Like, I would love for like to be like it to be like a kind of like, I know this is gonna be a bad comparison, but like a Daily Show sort of like vibe to it, where you know it's funny, it makes fun of stuff, and it's true too. So you know, and we educate. So that's the thing. Yeah. Twisted truths while we're sitting there drinking our twisted teas. There you go. Be like a knockoff of hot ones, right? There you go. The more twisted you get, the more truths come out. Oh, what a tagline. Too bad I can't do it, but that would be funny. That would actually. Could you imagine watching that? Like people just having a political conversation, right? Drinking twisted teas. And the more twisted teas they drank, the more honest things got. Damn, sounds like something we need to do in like at these confirmation hearings, right? They just get out the twisted teas, start having a conversation, and then by what, like the fourth one? By like the fourth one, the candidate's like, yeah, yeah, you know, you're right. You're right. I am gonna ban vaccines, and you know, I I am gonna fix health by doing all the things that's gonna cause like more issues, but it's okay because y'all are gonna confirm me anyway. Yeah, could you imagine like the honesty that would come out of that? I think it would be fun. Be like a bad reality TV series, except it's actually happening in real time. And it's like there's no bullshit to sort through. It's just like straight honest truth right there. And then how can you be mad? Because then, you know, at least they were being honest, right? There you go. Ideas. Ideas. I'd watch it. But yeah, I'm gonna try to come up with some other names. None of them were just really vibing. Even though Sylvie put like a whole list of ones she liked, I don't know. Just not feeling any of these. I even had it give me like over 1,000 names, and they just got worse. So I don't know. Maybe I just need to have like one of those like times where I'm like just doing stuff, and then I get this epiphany, right? Oh, you know what? This name would be really good. Let's go with that. Maybe. I made no promises. Oh. Well, if you're gonna do that, you could just be like Alien Meets World or something, right? There you go. There you go. Or Saving Roswell. There you go. That's probably a name of something or already. If we're being honest, I have no clue, but I'm just gonna say that's probably a name. I'm about to poke Sylvie, be like, what are you doing? Oh, God. See, actually, what's funny is I really thought about doing an acronym with that, like, about like making a play with the acronym, but in a good scenario, right? In like, in a very like optimistic, way in the next like 4 years, right? That should hopefully be irrelevant. That name should just it should just be irrelevant. Like there won't be any reason to make a play on that, right? Or do I gamble with that because we know that sadly it will be relevant even after the next 4 years? See, that's what I was like in my head. I'm like, this would be funny to do something with that, but the optimistic side of me is like, but it would be like irrelevant. You know, why you gotta do me like that? Why you gotta hit me with the hard truths? That hurts. That was like a punch to the gut. Because I'm really hoping it's only valid for 4 years. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I'll toy with it. I will consider it because I thought the same thing. I was like, I could. Mm, yeah, this is fun. This is fun. I mean, what do we have to lose, right? Canada already hates us. So there's that. This is fine. Oh, it hurts my soul. Good thing I don't have one. I don't know. I had to think about it. You really did. Cause see, I was trying to be all optimistic here. Cause all too often, like people think I'm pessimistic because I'm being real. Like I'm just being a realist. And the one time I try to be optimistic, I try to go. We're gonna hope for the best, right? And it ends after 4 years. No, it'd just be the 51st state. What are you talking about? It's just one whole state. I mean, we got big states already, right? Alaska, Texas. But here's the thing. Does that mean that Texas now gets dethroned as everything's bigger in Texas because Canada is bigger than Texas? Ah, crap. Provinces. Provinces. Yes. I knew it was started with a P, but I couldn't remember. I had to dig deep for that one. Provinces. Yeah. No, that's the police station. No, Corvus was calling them provinces, if I recall correctly. And I would hope he knows because he's Canadian. I hope I wouldn't have to fact check the Canadian, right? Right? That would be. Anyway. Yes. That or TD hanging out in here is really rubbed off on you. One of the two. Or it could be a combination of both. I don't know. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, because that's what Corvus was saying. It sounds like y'all want to be the, whatever province. Ah. Yeah, that's right. He would have added a letter. You're correct. You're correct. I stand corrected. God dang it. Yeah, so provinces. Honestly, I wouldn't mind. Hey, look. Look, guys. Best viewers on. I'm still I'm salty about that, right? I'm really salty about that whole stream booth thing, right? Because there was a missed opportunity there. There really was. That could have straight up been a streamer dating site, right? You find your streamer boo, right? You find your streamer boo at streamboo.com. But no, it had to be a stupid bot site for viewers. Like, total missed opportunity. It angers me every time I see it. Not because they're like advertising the chat because, viewers. Nah, like a dating site for streamers. Like, these parasocial relationships people think they have with streamers, right? That's my streamer. One day I'm going to date that streamer. You could find your stream boo, your stream boo. You would go sign up. You would just, you scroll through your Twitch feed, right? And then you swipe right for what streamer that you're interested in, right? And then when you want to collab together, right? Instead of matching, it'd be collab. And that could be your stream boo. It would be great. But no, they made it a ViewBot site. Like, it makes me sad. I'm telling you though. I don't give a shit. You know what? I'm telling you right now, if I can get that domain, I'm taking that domain. I will get that domain just to pull off the idea, whether it's successful or not, just because it would be fun to do. I'd even do fake commercials for it too, right? Although, yeah, because I wouldn't want to do fake commercials for it now because I would never advertise for, buying viewers. Like, who would want to do that? I know a few people, but we won't call them out here. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. It's just funny because, like, I never get angry that they're advertising in my stream like some people do. I really don't give a shit. It just gives us an opportunity to see us. Yeah, there. See? Right? Does your Twitch chat boss you around? Or does your chat boss you around? Do your mods troll you? Is Is it Valentine's Day and you're streaming instead of being out with a Valentine? Well, have no fear. Stream Boo has you covered. Find your Stream Boo. God, terrible, terrible. Anyways, I want, you know, hold on. I have to look at something. It's been a while since I looked at it. I need to know some. I need to know. These, okay. So I need to put a note on my calendar, right? That domain expires on March 20th of 2026. I would love to get it. Although it does look like it's using a Russian name server. So, oh, you know what? That's not a bad idea either. I don't know. Just Stream Boost sounds better than Streamer Boo, but no, Streamer Boo's available. I don't know. Stream Boo just sounds better, right? I don't know. I might still do the fake ads anyway, just because it would be hilarious. Who, right? It sounds weird. Like Stream Boo just flows. Streamer Boo just I don't know. That just yeah. That just sounds weird for some reason. All right, so who's doing fake ads with me? That would be hilarious. All right. I wasn't sure if Sylvie was gonna pop in or not. I was gonna see if she wanted to do rivals for a little bit, but we may just hop into Avowed. Unless y'all want to talk or do something else. I can always throw on that one tag. But I was trying not to do that, so. Because y'all know I will talk about that in a heartbeat. Oh, fake ad sounds fun, though. I don't know. I'm just like, I feel like that would. If we did fake ads for that, do y'all think that would bring too much attention? Because that's the thing. I don't want people going to the site because, like, and actually, like, utilizing it because it needs to be shut down in the first place. But as, like, a joke, it would be hilarious. What's up, Corvus? Oh, you're good. You're good. We were just talking about how much Canada hates the United States right now. And then we were interrupted by viewers at Stream Boo. And I was talking about how funny it would be to do a fake ad for Streamboo as if it was like a fake dating site for streamers or like streamers and viewers. Yeah, Streamboo. Yeah, where you can reinforce your parasocial relationship on Valentine's Day instead of being at home alone watching streams because you found your stream boo. Yeah, you know the bots that come in. I was just saying I don't get mad that they come in and they advertise that the buy Twitch followers. I get mad because whoever bought that domain used it for Twitch followers instead of taking a ample opportunity to make that like a funny like site with like, you know, a streamer dating site or something. Like who goes, "Oh, I'm going to go to Streamboo to buy my followers," right? Like but if you want to reinforce that parasocial relationship with your streamer, you should go to Streamboo. See, there's a big difference, right? Like to me, it makes more sense as like a funny dating site versus buying Twitch followers. But maybe that's just me. I don't know. But anyway, how is it in the land of the provinces, Corvus? Because we were just talking about that. We were trying to debate on what it was called in Canada. We had precincts and something else. And then I was like, I'm pretty sure it's provinces. Snowy. You can keep it. You can keep that. Although, you can send your health care down here. I'm cool with that, but you can keep your snow. Yeah. No, y'all can keep the snow. I'm good. People don't know how to drive with roads that don't have snow. Can't imagine with snow. Holy crap. But yeah, we were just chilling, hanging out, talking. I was trying to give opportunities for people to pop in because I was debating on if I wanted to do some rivals tonight before I went into Avowed or just go into Avowed. But at this rate, we might just go into Avowed. Oh yeah.
Oh.
Well, oh God. There's Sylvie. 2
New
years.
subscription
Holy
received.
crap.
Dispensing gratitude. Gratitude dispensed.
Subhype.
A new subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
Thank you for the sub, Sylvie. 2 years. Holy crap. I can't believe we've known each other that long. Holy crap. Yes, happy Valentine's Day to you, Corvus. Yeah, 51st date, yeah, you would become that. Like it's just nonsensical at this point. It really is. All we're doing is pissing our allies off at this point. It's a shit show. You know. What are you talking about? We're not spending it alone. We're spending it here together. Right? Yeah. Spreading that positivity. Okay, anyway, I'm going to stop now. You want to know what I hope will happen or what will happen? Because I can tell you both, and they're not the same. What I hope happens, we'll go with hope first. I hope it's a complete shift. I don't know. Is your sound in stereo now? I don't know if that's cool or annoying. That would drive me nuts. So, what I hope is there's this huge shift, right? Midterms, and things shift. So, he gets blocked on everything he's trying to do. However, reality is the left has pandered so much. So the left has pandered so much and not stuck to their mission, and they haven't had a backbone for so long that I don't think that enough people believe that they could stand up to him even if the party even if the seats shifted, that I don't think it'll make a difference. I think it'll just be midterms might swap out a few seats, but not enough to change the control. To be completely honest, because here's the thing. There is so much crap going on right now that should be getting blocked. It is taking the judges, not Congress, not Senate. It is taking the judges blocking the stuff. Now, granted, they'd have that power, and that's great. But the seats on the left in Congress and the Senate are not being loud enough. They're not getting angry enough, and they're not trying hard enough. Agreed. But according to some people, no, that's not. Oh, Sylvie, did you actually you did. You actually got it working. Wow. Very nice. Very very nice. Oh no, I knew you would. I knew you would get it working. That wasn't exactly what I meant. But anyway, anyway. What's up, TD? Talk about timing. I hope they are getting pissed. I really hope they are getting pissed, but it feels like too little. It feels like too little too late, honestly. Because it feels like the damage is done. Like, we won't come back from this. Like, let's be honest here. We started the discussion with Canada on y'all thinking about the partnership with us and how you should probably plan for god dang ads. I understand that. So who here loves them some ads? Raise their hands. I told her she should stream and use it on her stream. All right, we're back. Okay, here's demo. I told her she should use it on her stream when she streams. Yeah, IRL. Yeah, what it was a free like machine that you've fixed up and added connections to it and shit. Looks pretty cool. Yeah. And now it has like an app. Holy crap. Right? There's an app for everything now. Yeah, Sylvie, was it like, I don't know, just broken, or was it USA broken? Like what was the level of measurement we were using here? We using countries? Probably. I still need names though, by the way. Now that y'all are in here, just a reminder. I need more name ideas. Also, too, I I I would like to thank y'all. We're halfway through the month and nowhere close to the sub goal for the month, so I appreciate y'all. Thank you. Because I really don't want to play Rust, so keep it up. That last 7 day straight stream practically killed me, so I'm just saying, keep them coming. That's all I'm saying. There you go. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Man. That sounds not fun? Question mark. So it wasn't USA broken. Got it. Oh, the magic smoke. Nice. Yeah, so that's I'm trying to convince Sylvie to use that as a channel point. I'm trying to convince Sylvie to use it as a channel point reward on her stream. You know, see, she keeps saying that. But I think we could change that. I think that could be changed. Anyway, I get it. It's fine. I don't play Rust either. That would make sense. I mean, that's what I did. I took my old one and made it my stream. I took the better one, made it my all around gaming, and it's still holding up to this day. It's beautiful. I would never. I would never peer pressure anyone. What are you talking about? Oh, she could. She could. She could most definitely. Where there's a wheel, where there's a way. She will find it. First, first off, first off. First off, one, don't give her ideas. Okay? Don't give her ideas. Two, do you know how much the shipping alone would be to send that over? Like, yeah. Holy shit. I could probably go buy one and have her walk me through it cheaper than it would cost in shipping to get it here. So there's that. And then three, don't give her ideas. A quick 14-hour drive. Okay. If you say so. I mean, it's still shorter than my drive home when I go visit home, so. You would trust TD? I don't think I have words. Well, you just said we'll have TD do the drive, so. Oh, Corbus, I'm going to tell you right now. So I had a computer ship, my grandparents' old computer shipped from the East Coast to the Midwest. Okay, TD's about to get muted for that comment because no, you do not. Anyway, just like you spell letters, like spell words correctly with extra letters, right? Anyways, it was so expensive that when I bought my brother's computer from him, when I bought his like his computer from him to get my second computer, so I have streaming computer and gaming computer, to get it from the East Coast to the Midwest, it was actually cheaper for me to take it as a checked bag and pay the extra checked bag than it was to ship it back home using like any freight service. So I had a duffel bag and a box shoved with computer parts all through them and took it on the plane with me to bring it home. Yeah, it was, yeah. It was cheaper to do it that way. I'm sitting here looking foolish walking through like the airport with freaking big ass cardboard box that awkwardly like wait it was is awkwardly weighed. Yeah. Was it the mail service that was delivering it? Was it USPS? Or was it that China shipping whatever you were talking about? Because I'm telling you, USPS is bad about that shit. I deal with that all the time. They'll mark something as delivered, and then it won't show up till the next day. They'll like mark it as delivered. Like, yeah, it was delivered today. I'm like, bullshit, it was. Y'all better prove to me it was. And then it shows up like the next day. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's why. USPS will mark it as delivered, and it won't. It'll show up the next day, or it'll show up Monday. I'm just telling you right now. I'm used to. I deal with it with USPS all the time. It's so dumb. I'm like, in no way should a package be marked as delivered if it's not actually been delivered. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they marked it as delivered because they delivered it to USPS and USPS just hasn't put it in. Yeah, it's literally probably sitting on the truck. I don't know. You know, honestly, it's probably sitting on the truck not being driven out because they got fired. Okay, let's be real here. The mail carriers were probably a waste of money, so they just fired them all, right? Who needs their mail? The mail service is a scam. God, I feel like I live in this weird reality. I understand though that that's an expensive piece. It that is literally like an expensive piece of equipment, so I understand the worry because I'd be worrying too. But hands down, I've found that tends to be a big issue with USPS. Okay, so just out of curiosity, if we do not reach the sub goal this month, should I do the same sub goal next month, or should I do a different goal and give everybody another opportunity? Because I know we won't hit it. Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, should I just move on to the next goal of like learning Java and and then like double the sub goal so it never happens? Because I don't want to learn Java. Anyway, and that's what I would do. Uh, I know C sharp to a decent extent. I know TypeScript to a decent extent. JavaScript to a decent extent. Oh, nice, nice. I can understand Python, but I can't write Python. Like I can decipher what's going on in Python. Usually, I can usually figure that out. But I spend a lot of time between C Sharp, TypeScript, and JavaScript. I don't really count HTML and CSS, even though I can count them. I don't. Python isn't hard to learn. I don't. Um, Python just like I don't know. I don't know. Like Python's widely used, but it's not something I care to use. But I am kind of considering learning C++ because I want to learn. I'm gonna say it. I want to learn Unreal Engine. I do, and I have toyed with the idea of doing a stream because I found an hour and something odd long like tutorial on Unreal Engine. And I was like, I could do that on stream one day, learn Unreal Engine. No, not game. Okay, so honestly, Corvus, if I was to learn Unreal Engine, it wouldn't really be for making games. Yeah, but see, the thing is, like, Unreal Engine is what? C++ or Blueprints. So while the Blueprints would be nice, learning that, I think the C++ would be more beneficial. Because if I'm understanding Blueprints in Unreal Engine, it's just their like flow chart sort of deal, right? I think. So it's like their connect flow chart for like blocks and commanding things to do certain things. But anyway, for me learning Unreal Engine, it wouldn't be for games. It would legit to be to go down the rabbit hole I can't afford because yeah, I would eventually want to build like a virtual world for streaming, and then that would lead me into wanting like mocap, and yeah, that would be really expensive. So yay me! Although it would be fun. And the part that's really holding me back from wanting to learn is the fact I suck in like art and doing the modeling. Like if I tried to do my own VTuber, it would go poorly. However, it would be really cool. Yeah. I do need a bigger audience, but the problem is with the audience aspect of it is I'm sure I piss enough people off that I don't retain the audience because I like to talk about how much we piss Canada off and stuff. Do it, yeah. I mean, true, absolutely true. I can only show you the door. You have to walk through it. Yeah, I know. I know, Corvus. And I feel like we're early in, so I feel like some of the damage can be mitigated. But to be honest, y'all have got to be thinking now, like this has got to be eye-opening of like, okay, we need to really consider our allies and how we get our demand filled with our supplies. That's not dependent on our allies. Like y'all have to be having that talk. Oh, I hope so too, but okay. So this is me being optimistic, right? My optimistic side is I hope this only lasts for 4 years. We just have to put up with it for 4 years. Although, very optimistic would be they fucking get him out of office. That would be wonderful. Agreed. 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 But, Sylvie, honestly though, here's my problem. Okay, so at least I understand that. However, here's the problem. We at least know what we get with the orange one, right? No matter how deranged he gets, we know what to expect. The problem is, if he's removed, we get the VP who is not much better. Corvus, in his first week in office, they already introduced a legislation to allow him to run another term and put wording in there to make sure the likes of Obama wouldn't be reelected. They wouldn't be eligible for reelection. Here's the funny thing. No, it was introduced. It didn't pass. Not that I'm aware of. Here's the thing. Everything he's doing, you're saying he seems to do a lot of unexpected things. Here's the thing, Corvus. You're saying a lot of unexpected things. To any one of us that knew, right? And then Sylvie can attest to this. Sylvie can attest to this. I've preached it here. The left preached it. Independents preached it. We all said what he was going to do. And he's done all of them. There's not one thing he's done so far that I've seen that I didn't expect. Like, legit, it was all written there. We all knew it was coming. There was no unexpected. The only people here's the only people that see it as unexpected. One, there's two people, two different groups of people. One, other countries, because other countries couldn't even imagine. Other countries couldn't even imagine, right? Couldn't fathom. And then the people that did. The other people that are surprised. The group of people that are surprised or things happen that they didn't expect were the people who voted and supported him and are getting screwed over now because of it. because they didn't think they were in the group that was going to be affected. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And we're getting. Yep. Yeah. Unfortunately, this is what makes me like sad about the whole situation is there is not nobody that voted against him that actually showed up and voted against him, right? Is surprised that this is happening. Not one person, I believe. Okay. The people that sat at home, other countries, or the people that voted for him and then got burned. Those are the ones that are looking at it as, wow, that's unexpected. I can't believe he did that. And here's the sad part. I expect so much bullcrap coming from that, like, his group, that when I see fucking parody accounts posting something that he's done and it's a parody account, is clearly a parody, I have to double take because I could actually believe it happening. Isn't that sad? Like, the most out of the world claim on a parody account, I have to double take to make sure he didn't actually post it. So, yeah, that's where we're at. That's why I say, I know Canada's forgiving, but yeah, I don't expect to be forgiven anytime soon. By no means. No means. Anytime soon at all. Okay, so here's the problem. All right. First off, one, I hate the two-party system. It's total trash. Both sides are complete garbage. The problem is the Democrats' side lost the voters because they lost their message. They don't have a backbone. They have no spine, right? They legit pandered to the right to stay in favor and get things passed instead of standing their ground and, you know, standing up to the bullies, essentially. So because of that, and because technically what some of Democrats do is get information about companies, right? Because they have privileged information, and then they go sell their stocks off or buy stocks based off of that information. And they make a lot of money doing it. Now, anybody else that did that, right, would be considered insider trading. But they get away with it. So the view, oh no, Republicans do it too. This isn't just bashing on the Democrats or bashing on the Republicans. This is that both sides do it. But my point is, the Democrats say that they're better than that, but then they do that. Does that make sense? So therefore, the supporters are disheartened and not motivated because what's the point? At this point, it doesn't matter. Why vote? I don't like either choice. That's what we're left with. That's why the turnout for voting this election was down so much. That's honestly why he won. between the third-party voters and the people that didn't show up. And I don't typically blame third-party voters, because I am a third-party voter myself, because I really feel like we need another party on stage. It's not about the candidate usually for me. It's about getting another party, showing another option. However, this time it was imperative that there was no room for error here, and we erred very badly. And that message, you're correct, 110%. That message is why the votes went the way they did. And it is 110% our fault. So the big problem was, if I recall correctly, there was a law that was in place that held mainstream media accountable. Like they couldn't actually provide inaccurate information. Yeah, when that happened, we had a shift. And I was guilty of this, okay? So I was a very right-wing religious person at one point in time. I will admit it. So it does. It does. There's a lot of things that Reagan did that need to be undone. But the problem is money will not allow it to happen, because what they found was, when they didn't have to share both sides, right? You had the right-wing party and the media made more money pushing fear-mongering and misinformation. No, I agree, Sylvie. There's a lot of things that need to be changed, because like I think one thing too that we have a misnomer on is that the founding fathers were like these great intellectual beings that created the perfect foundation for democracy. And here's the thing. Here's the thing. They made mistakes. And there's things that need to be changed and adapted for the modern age, like electoral college. Agreed. And that's why I'm not saying, but the problem, Corvus, is we treat them like they're the equivalent to a deity. We forget that they were humans that were just doing the best they could. They were trying to create something. Like, parties didn't even exist, right, in the time of the founding fathers. They had totally did not intend for parties to be created at all. It was literally, they thought that the judicial, executive, and legislative branches were going to be fighting each other to keep checks and balances. They had no idea parties were even going to be a thing. Like, there's so much things that have been adjusted and adapted and we just accept as the way it is, that weren't even implemented by the founding fathers. But the problem is we don't dig into our history. Our country called? Well, last time I checked, it was called North America, but United States. And what do you find very hard to believe? That's what I guess I'm not sure what you're addressing here. Oh, if you think there's any yeah, okay. It does imply that. Doesn't mean it exists. Have you seen California versus Texas? Groups of people coming. Yeah. Oh no, 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 no. If you dive into history, I'm telling you right now. Parties weren't even thought of. They weren't a thing. I think it was like way later. Like they've been around forever here. So it's just an accepted thing, but I can't remember like when parties were started. It's just like, okay, so for instance, you have the Democratic National Convention, right? You do realize that wasn't always a thing either. The Democratic conventions were held by states. Each state kind of had their own thing going on, and then they sent their delegates. And then a decision was made, and I believe, if I recall correctly, the candidate didn't even show up to the convention. It was just decided who the candidate was going to be, and they were like, okay, I'm the candidate. I was thinking it was the 1800s. I just wasn't exactly sure the dates. So that's what I'm saying. Like, this is stuff that wasn't even like in the founding fathers' wheelhouse that slowly got created. I have to look at it again, but there was a reason for it, but it wasn't. I know it was like the Federalist and stuff. I'm aware of that, but there was a specific reason. But originally, parties were not. Yeah, I wish I had like the documentation that I was looking at that in front of me. I'd have to go find it, but anyway. Well, I mean, here's okay. Clearly I'm gonna have to go pull the information again to show you what I'm talking about, because no matter what I say, you're gonna tell me that this is the way it was done. I understand that. It's fine. Because it actually surprised me as well, because I thought the same thing. I love digging into this stuff, so that's why I was like, holy crap, really? I just thought that was a thing for like ever. Um, but there, I would say, Randy, too, there is a problem with having two parties, but there's also a problem with having too many parties. Like, we need options, but we don't need too many options. Yeah, I don't even remember when we moved to a two party. I got to dig more into that. I just thought it was totally unique, honestly. Like, that was my thing. Like, because I was surprised about it. Because I'm like, because I've just believed all this, the stuff that I've heard. Deviation. Oh, good God. Okay. Federalist, Democratic, Republican. Who used green, light green on a white background? Okay. I knew there was multiple, and I knew like they started with the Federalist. Yeah, I see. But the way I'd always understood it was the parties had always existed. And I thought, yeah, okay, the founding fathers did that. But from what I was listening to and I read the other day, it was not, in fact, their idea. But Corvus is right in the sense of the parties were formed around them, and there was a certain reason, but it wasn't because of the founding fathers' intentions to have parties. But then again, who's to say it was or wasn't, because they can't tell us one way or the other, regardless, right? Because we can't talk to them. They're all dead. So, I don't know. I could be entirely wrong, and Corvus could be completely 100% right. But I thought it was a cool, like, viewpoint on it, because one of the interviews I was listening to was an actual, like, professor that, like, was talking about this. And I was like, holy shit. I vaguely remember it just because I loved history so much, which is funny because I slept through history class all the time, and my teacher couldn't understand how. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, because see, Corbin, I was under the same impression as you. And then I heard that the other day and started looking into it. I was like, holy crap. Really? Because I thought they were always a thing. Exactly. That's the problem, human nature. And somehow the, so they were their big thing was they were afraid of, they had just come, if you think about it, they had just come out of like an essential dictatorship, like like a monarchy, right? So they were afraid of a dictator. So on paper, they put down what they thought would prevent a dictatorship from happening. But now, look at where we're at. We're literally on the brink of a dictatorship. Like it's mind-boggling. But to be fair, for some dudes for some dudes trying to do their best, right? They made a decent system that lasted a long time before we've had the fear of a dictator coming in, right? So props to them for that. But yes. Yeah, ad time. God dang it. It's always when we're having the decent conversations. And I'm like, damn it. Ads. Interrupted by damn ads. And now, after a word from our sponsors, that would have been better if that had cut right there. That would have been great. Come on. Play the ad. I'm impatient when it comes to ads. Like, just play it so I can get over with. Yeah, well, it's better than being moron, right? Agreed, Corvus. Agreed. We are very much. There it is. Boom, 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 boom. All right. All right. We're back. Okay, so we are reaching the point in age as which civilizations start to decline and fall. Looking historically, there are numerous examples of civilizations lasting around 200 years or so and then declining, if not disappearing entirely. Agreed. And yeah, the rich would have to eat money if the poor didn't provide food. Yeah, that's a pretty funny saying. Um, yeah, it really is. And it's just a lot easier for me to handle having an auto do it than me to remember to run it. So people don't get pre-rolls cuz pre-rolls are the worst. Pre-rolls are the worst. Um but anyway, here I think you're right on this too. I think we are in the point of decline, if not disappearing entirely. Um And we're like speed running that shit right now, right? So we have somebody right now that's trying to be a dictator, run our piss off all our allies, right? And cozy up to our enemies, essentially. But my big thing is, if he does, and I'm interested to see how tomorrow goes, because remember, tomorrow at noon is the deadline, right? Or all hell's going to break loose, quote unquote. So if he does what he's proposed, I can tell you right now, America is we're probably going to be wiped off the map. We're going to probably be an afterthought, because if anybody thinks that the world is going to stand by and let another country go in and do an ethnic cleansing on Gaza, or any country for that matter, I want what you're smoking, because it's good stuff. Would I agree that there are states that almost ubiquitously dislike Trump, and that there are states? Yes, 110%. I can tell you right now, I live in like the reddest state you could imagine. I live in bleeding heart Trump country. Okay? Like, they open stands and sell merchandise with his name on it out here, and people buy that shit like it's going out of style. They love him. But then you have states like California that loathe him. And the funny thing is, California really loathes him right now, because they are not only... Oh, Crockett is amazing. Not I don't really remember. I'm not that old. But not right offhand, not without Googling, or I imagine a lot. Oh, Crockett is. Like, Crockett and AOC together, like, please, more. I need more of this. And can we just... Oh, yeah. Fuck if I don't remember. Yo, you think that there's going to be another civil... Okay. I don't know about that. Everybody keeps saying Civil War. I'm like, I think y'all have more faith. Corvus, we also just had a debate about how the founding fathers didn't intend to have parties, and I knew that better than the Canadian. Okay? Come on. I forgot the Civil War was that time. My bad. Just saying. I shouldn't remember it. Damn near freaking, they like to reenact that shit back where I'm from. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. We're gonna have to see how things go because I feel like one of two things. I feel like one of two things is gonna happen, right? And I don't feel like it's gonna be a civil war, and I don't feel like we're gonna have a Brexit. Okay. I really just don't see that happening. I don't see that feasible. I don't see that as a possibility. What I see happening is I see people getting pissed. I see he pushes so hard to become a dictator and people actually finally wake up and they get pissed and they get loud and in droves to the point that they hit stuff that changes and like has to happen, like they have to get him out of office, right? or or we sit back and something so stupid, he does something so stupid that other countries can't ignore it and we end up in World War III. Except this time we're not going to help liberate a country. Yes, if he does that, that that is stupid, not only for him but for us, because I think he's all talk on Greenland and Canada. He'd be dumb to, but Gaza makes sense. I feel like he would do something. Oh yes, yes, yes. I know he is dumb. I know he's dumb. And that's when I told you the other day, Sylvie, when I said, okay, so I don't know if I thought maybe I told you this. I don't remember. But I'll say it again here, right? So as we were leading up to this, yes, he has already done a lot of WTF stuff, but ethnic cleansing is like a crime against humanity. Okay? And I fully agree with that. Which is why I think the whole Doge thing is a whole like scam sort of deal to divert our attention. Yeah. And people didn't believe him and it happened. But anyway, when we were leading up to this and you told me you were scared, Sylvie, I was like, I get it. I could never say I understood, right? Because I'm not in your boat. Like, I understand the LGBTQ community is scared. Like, they were scared and rightfully so. But I couldn't understand. I could only, what's the word, empathize? But I couldn't understand because it didn't affect me, right? Like, I'm a cis white guy, like green on occasion, but I've not lived the experiences of certain people, and I understand that and I respect that. So I can't actually understand the fear because I'm not having to live it. However, as he's done one thing after the other, when he announced that he would go in and we would rebuild Gaza, and then, oh yeah, the Palestinians wouldn't want to move back in because, they just wouldn't want to. When he implied ethnic cleansing, that's when I really got scared. That's when I understood what you felt, Sylvie. Because I have never feared like that, because I can see what would happen if he did that. And it would not be good. Promote American Steel, he's devastating in instead. Oh, yeah, absolutely. This is the thing, Corvus. You got to understand. What he does, what he does is not for the American people. What he does is to line his pockets. Why do you think his vacations are at his, golf courses for, on the American dime? Like, why do you think he wants to take over Gaza? It's not to help Palestinians. It's prime beachfront real estate. There was even one representative that said as much at one point in time. Like, the scary part is, I believe you're right. He's not ruling with a purpose other than praise and the art of the deal for him. It doesn't matter what the consequences are. It just matters that he's the boss, that he has the power, which is funny because he gave the world's richest man the power. And now they're trying to play their bromance off like, oh, yeah, they're coming to attack saying that Elon Musk is president. Bitch, please. Like, you're not checks and balances this dude. He's lining his pockets too. Y'all are in on it together. Don't even play. But yes, as Sylvie said, the leaked numbers. Oh, I hope they both. Oh man, I really do. That was a huge blunder. Huge blunder. And you know what's funny is I don't even think it's getting enough attention. I think the other stuff's getting more attention than that, which is sad because that should be getting so much attention. Like, how are you going to release numbers for our intelligence agencies? Like, classified numbers because you freaked out about transparency. Like, that's mind-blowing. Because I told you earlier, Randy, like that site the other day, yeah, it literally had nothing on it. When the press secretary was like, "Oh yeah, they're posting the receipts." Which email? There's been tons. My favorite one was the ones that went out to the judges by accident. That was fun. Oh yeah, so Doge last week. Uh oh, did you see my post though? So um anyway, so the the Doge people the Doge people sent out an email to public service workers, right? To State Department or something. Well, I can't remember which freak. There's like 10 new ones every day that he's shutting down. Anyway, in one of those um government entities that he was shutting down, he sent out an email with the offer, right? The legal offer for people to take the buyout or, risk their job not being there and them not getting any benefits. So a lot of people have taken the buyout. Well, that accidentally got sent to federal judges as well. A bunch. Yeah. So that email actually went to federal judges as well. Yeah, fun stuff. So I was talking about this one, Randy. Which one was it? Oh yeah, it was this one. It was a Doge. Yeah. I was like, oh, the site that receipts were already being posted to is finally up. Also has a nice Twitter feed to it, right? Wonder how much he's charging the government for API access while claiming to cut waste. Because you do realize that Elon started charging for API access to all the people that use the Twitter API. Thousands of dollars a month. That's why a lot of apps don't even have API access to Twitter anymore. Because like a solo developer like myself, if I wanted to use the Twitter API, I have to pay like $1,000 a month. I can't afford that shit. So, oh yeah, I saw the website hacked hackers. Yeah, absolutely. They yeah. Yeah, this was funny. Yeah, this is why I said this is why I said the other day when that site wasn't up. So this is the series of events, okay? This is the series of events. So let's go back here cuz so I have this new point, right? I have this new point that I'm at. At first I was like, I should just not, use X anymore. I'm not going to pay for it or whatever. This is stupid. This website is trash. Now I've gotten to the point where I'm like, you know what? I'm going to pay for X, right? So my stuff gets pushed out to a bigger audience. And I'm going to trash talk and post all the correct information that I can on Elon's own site. So he can go get bent. I don't care. What's he going to do? Ban me? So I am all in on X right now. As much as I hate it, I'm all in on it. But anyway, here's the timeline of events, right? So here, I'm gonna cut the music for now, since we're gonna do this. So timeline of events. Reporter in the White House is the White House willing to share evidence of Elon Musk's fraud claims? There is an X account with the Doge handle. They are tweeting out what they are doing. So here's the clip.
Elon
Here's
Musk
the clip.
in the Oval yesterday. Doge and the fraud claims. Elon Musk in the Oval yesterday gave us some information on that. We're just wondering if there's some proof.
Oh, I agree.
Is the White House willing to share?
So okay.
Doge.
No, I agree. I like Blue Sky. I like it so much better than X. However, if I'm going to educate and I'm going to fight this battle, I'm going to do it behind enemy lines as well. So I don't blame or fault anybody for not using X, but this is why I'm doing it and why I'm paying for it. So that's just my position. So this is how it started, right?
And the fraud claims. Elon Musk in the Oval yesterday gave us some information on that. We're just wondering if there's some proof, evidence. Is the White House willing to share evidence of those fraud claims, or can Elon Musk come to the briefing room and share material evidence?
So basically, the reporter's just asking, hey, we're getting these claims, right? We're having these claims that government wasted. Where it's what are we doing about this? Like, is there proof? Like, can we have some transparency? Understandable question. So what's the answer?
Talking about
Sure, I would love for Elon Musk to come to the briefing room. That's why we had him go to the Oval Office yesterday, where I think he provided great answers. He was speaking in layman's terms, speaking common sense to all.
Yes, yeah, and Trump said he would lie too. Like, yeah, it's not about the lies at this point, even though this is about to be a lie. But anyway, like
the
here,
media, but also to American.
yep, yep. The only reason I looked at the site is because I'd already looked at it before and saw there was nothing there, was because of this clip. Like, this is why I looked at the site again and then posted what I did.
At home, but I would say especially to all of you in the media, because I think it's a real fallacy that there's this alleged lack of transparency when it comes to Doge. President Trump and Elon Musk have been incredibly transparent on what Doge is doing. There is an X account with the Doge handle. They are tweeting out what they are doing on a daily basis. They have a website where they are posting the receipts of the contracts that they are reviewing.
Right there. Right there. Right there. There is a website. Right here.
That they are reviewing and the payments that.
What was it? Like right here?
Receipts of the contracts that they are reviewing. With the Doge handle, they are tweeting out what they're doing on a daily basis. They have a website where
they have a website
of the contracts that
they are
reviewing,
posting
the
receipts
that they have stopped from going.
I'm like, really? They're posting receipts. Okay. All right. I'm not one to judge, right? I'm one to go find out. So I literally go on my phone right after that. And this is all that's on the Doge site. The same thing that was there before. Right? Holy crap. So I'm like, okay, bullshit lie. Okay. Oh, mind you,
the fraud claims.
while
Elon
she's
Musk
wearing the
yesterday,
cross,
gave
gotta
us
love
some
that
information
too.
on that. We're
Gotta
just wondering if
pander.
there's some proof
Gotta pander. But anyway, so we go to that point. So this is how we get here. So that was on February 12th. So we go up here and on February 13th, the next day, Elon posts, the website is live. Or actually, not even the next day. Was it the same day? February 12th, the site wasn't up. So later that day, because I tweeted on the 13th. So later that day, the site's live. Doge post, website is live. Initial site, XFeed post, Twitter API. Who's paying for that? Oh, guess what? How we cutting spending if we're spending money on the API? Because don't tell me that Elon gave it for free to the American people. I won't believe that in a heartbeat. Consolidated government organization chart. Enormous manual effort consolidating 16,000 plus offices. Summary of the massive regulatory state, including the unconstitutionality index, ratio of rules written by unelected bureaucrats to laws passed by Congress. Coming soon, targeting Valentine's Day, description amount of each cost reduction with receipts where applicable. So even after they lied about receipts going on the site and they panicked and threw up the site, receipts still aren't being posted until after Valentine's Day or at Valentine's Day. Oh, actually, let's see. While we're here. Oh, it changed. Now it's coming over the weekend. Ho ho! Imagine that, right? So, This is where it started. This is where it's going. So then, not too long after that, guess what happens? Was it today or yesterday that the Doge site got hacked? And it was just an open database because these dumbasses threw it together quickly in the course of hours because they got called out for the lie that their press secretary said in that briefing. Like, I'd say it's unfathomable, but it's really, it does not surprise me at all at this point. Yep. Even though they've been ordered to destroy all of it, every bit of it they've been ordered to destroy. Like, it's mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. And honestly, props to the Associated Press. Props to them. I have gained a new respect for the Associated Press. I really have. Because they are now banned. Oh, yes. Yes. We all remember, but it's okay because he was president at the time, so it wasn't illegal. But yes. I'm not saying whether he was or wasn't. I was more mocking SCOTUS. SCOTUS basically ruled whatever in his favor, so I got when it was. It was more of a mock. Don't you know the man's a felon and he got elected and was able to be put in office? Rules don't apply to him. He does not care. Whether he was, wasn't, is going to be, he don't care. Sadly. But I'm not surprised by any of this anymore at all. Many of us said it was coming. And it's here. It's here. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. I'm slowly not having words anymore. Like, what else? What is there to say? Like, how low have we stooped as a country that a felon is literally on the path of trying to become a dictator, where we thought we were free? You know, like, it's saddening but maddening at the same time. And you know, like, my biggest issue with all of this, my absolute biggest issue with all of this right now, is the fuck around and find out people. Like, yes, I get it. I get it. You warned people. Hell, I warned people. And people are finding out. I know. Not forgotten any of it. Sadly. That's why I don't understand. But again, the maddening part for me is the fuck around, find out people. Like, I get it. You warned people. I mean, hell, I warned people. But that's not helpful in this day and age. Like, that's not helpful in this time. Like, people are gonna find out that they screwed themselves. And we have to get them to understand that they learned a hard lesson. So let's work together to fix that. I saw that video too. And I 110, hell, I 150% agree with that farmer. Because he is right. We can sit here and back and forth all day long. All day long. And place blame. We can do the whole fuck around and find out. But the thing is, it's like you learned. Now let me help you and let me teach you why. Let's see if I can find it. I think this is it.
Also, everybody says in the comments, Project 2025. Also,
Yeah, this is it. So, we will inform the uninformed. So, do you know about the farmer that could possibly lose his farm at all, Corvus? Or no? I don't know how far we need to go back. Because we can go back to the original one as well if we need to. Okay. What was... farmer might lose his farm. Is this it?
I might lose my farm because of the government. I got in bed with the government. I was 80,000. I'm gonna.
Yeah, this is it. Okay.
I might lose my farm because of the
All right,
government.
stop.
I got in bed with I might lose my farm.
I need somebody to.
I might lose my farm because of the government.
All right. So, here we go. Make sure that's visible.
Government. I got in bed with the government. I was promoting getting in bed with the government because I thought it was a good idea. So, NRCS, conservation planning. So they had a program out there called the EQIP program. And what the EQIP program is it's cost sharing on stuff like fencing, different seedings, water lines, waters, wells, and stuff like that to better conserve farmland for agriculture use.
Yeah, and by the way, this was a Biden plan, a Biden Harris plan. Yeah. So this was the part of the, I believe, the infrastructure bill. Yeah, that Biden and Harris set up. Yes. Yeah, that's what it was. Inflation Reduction Act. That, I think the other name was infrastructure bill or whatever, but yeah, the Inflation Reduction Act was the technical term. So yes, he signed up for this to help him, but we'll go on.
So I thought it was a great program. We got a contract with them for $240,000. So we signed a contract with them for $240,000, and we have bought different types of material. We've gotten paid out on some of it, but I now have $80,000 worth of material and signed contracts for labor that are going to install the water lines in the upcoming few weeks and months. And with that being said, they called me today and said, hey, I know we have this signed contract. We're reneging on it. We're not going to pay out on it.
Yep, because Trump stopped it, like you said, Corvus. So yeah, I mean, it was essentially under Biden Harris. He got this great plan. Okay, yeah, this is great. You know, let's help this because we were trying to produce more things in America like that. Biden and Harris were actually trying to do that. And he signed up for it. So, I mean, awesome plan. It was a great plan, right?
What do you mean you're not going to pay out on it? So I've got all this stuff bought, and whenever I install it, you're not going to pay out? We had this contract. I made business decisions based on this contract. So now I have $80,000 out of my pocket that I didn't have to spend. So the $80,000 that we have is supposed to go to our farm loan in the fall. If we don't have that money, that's our hay money, that's our farm money, our farm payment money. If we don't have that money, we will lose this farm. And the only way that I can think to get around it is we sell some cows. And if I sell cows now to make the payment, to make that payment, I'm not going to be able to make the payment in the fall because the cows are calculated in my payment in the fall. So because I got in bed with the government, I spent money based on the contract that we signed. They're reneging on it. I'm just screwed. And unless they lift this pause on payment, I'm going to lose this farm. So they have told me that the best thing that they can tell me is get in touch with the congressmen and congresswomen and see if I can get something done about this. So I've reached out to Ann Wagner's office. That's the congresswoman of Missouri. I'm hoping that something comes out of that, but I don't have very high hopes of it. Hopefully this is a temporary ban on payment of that, but I don't understand how you can sign a contract and then just renege on that contract. I do not understand that at all. And if something doesn't change, we are going to lose this farm, and I am extremely stressed about it. But also, with that being said, I've been promoted NRCS. Yep. Do not look into government programs because everybody told me I've been waiting for payment for a long time. You're going to get screwed. And I was like, no, it's a contract. They can't do that. And sure as shit, here we are.
So a lot of people are on the fuck around and find out train, right? A lot of people that warned farmers and other people about this stuff, right? That was going to happen. They're on the fuck around and find out. Like, oh, this farmer lost his farm or is going to lose his farm or whatever. Like, tough shit. You're a Trump supporter. You voted for him. Oh, well, screw you. Like, you get what you deserve. And I think that's the wrong approach. I think the way this other guy did it was perfect. So, what we're going to do before we go into that part, I'm going to do like a TV show, right? I need to go to the restroom. So we have about 5 minutes before ads start again. So I'm going to throw us the Bongo Cat, right? Because we haven't heard Bongo Cat in a while. I'm going to trigger the ad, go to the restroom, and we're going to come back and watch that one. Does that sound like a plan? Because that sounds like a plan to me. Everybody loves some Bongo Cat, right? Like, yeah. There we go. Okay. I shall return. All right, perfect. Perfect timing. All right. So, this was the other farmer's response, which I kudos to this guy, right? Like he handled it perfectly, and I fully agree. Like we don't need to be in the fuck around find out stage. We need to be in the okay, that sucks. What can I do to help you out? I kind of hope you learns, but let's get through this together.
In the comments, Project 2025. Didn't you read that? That's his platform.
Hey, Skylar, my name's Will Westmoreland, and I'm a farmer down in southwest Missouri. And I just wanted to reach out to you and tell you that I am not an FAFO kind of guy. We probably disagree with each other on everything political, but there's a very specific reason why people are getting upset with you. And I wanted to explain that to you if you'd be willing to listen to an older guy kind of walk you through the process.
Like already, like the approach is freaking amazing, right? Right, and this is the problem with both the left and the right. Like this is my big problem because you have liberals like losing their shit over, like in things like improper pronouns and stuff, and you got the right that's losing their shit over because or the right losing their shit because of the pronoun thing, and then you got the left losing their shit because fuck around find out. I was saying shit backwards, my bad. But anyway, y'all understood what I was saying. I hope. But yeah, like it's like teach. It's like don't attack. Like teach. Like these are teachable moments. Like yes, okay. Instead of having a meltdown because a game has the option to show pronouns, understand why the person wants to, why they included that in the game in the first place. Or instead of having a meltdown because, you're losing your farm, I don't give a shit, you voted for Trump. Teach them help them understand why they're facing this now and how they didn't understand or see the signs of what was going on and how they got there. But we'll continue.
Now, I'm not an FAFO guy because I know what's going to happen to poor people, the elderly, children, single moms, and over 250 million people every night around the world that go to bed hungry if the American farmer and rancher is run out of business because of Trump's policies. And that's what I want to explain to you tonight if you'll listen to me. I also wanted to let you know I sent you a private message. And if you ever want to get on the phone and you want to talk about the issues that Trump is forwarding that are bad for agriculture, I'd be willing to do that, and I'd be willing to listen to your arguments as well. I also want to let you know that I've been a political consultant for over 30 years. I want to be right up front about that. I do that in addition to farming.
And see, I love the transparency too, because it's not like, I'm just approaching this from a farmer standpoint. Like I'm also a political consultant, so I understand this stuff. Like I understand the political spectrum. So this is, exactly like this is why I'm speaking on this. This is how I have this authority to speak on this. Like, and I'm not going to talk down to you about it. I'm going to inform you. So I hope you listen, which I feel like is great. Like I wish more people did this right here.
And I want you to know a lot of younger people don't know, and I don't mean that in a condescending way, but more of an educational way. A lot of younger people don't know that right-wing talk radio and news, the pundits, the talking heads, and right-wing talk radio, etc., have been working for over 40 years to develop in rural people exactly the kinds of ideas that you have in your head, that all
and this is what, honestly, props to him. And And Corvus, this is what Sylvia was talking about the 40 years or whatever. Like, this dude addresses this, like how talk radio has like conditioned rural America to think this way. Because this is a real problem in rural America. And I understand this firsthand because I grew up in rural America. I grew up in a town that literally had one street, and that was it. Like, the highlight of the day was going to McDonald's or Waffle House. Like, that was exciting. Now the town's blown up. It's practically the size of a city now. But growing up there, it was such a rural, like, right-wing, like, far-right conservative religious town. And they're all blasting like right-wing talk radio. So I grew up around this. So what this dude talks about is absolutely 100% spot on. And like, the best thing I ever did was moved. Because now I think outside the box.
Politicians are crooks, that they're all the same, that you can't trust traditional media, that anything you hear that comes out of Washington, D.C. or New York or the New York Times or CBS News, that it's all a lie. And they did this on purpose, and they started with Ronald Reagan. We used to have what's called a fairness doctrine in this country, where if you were a radio station or a television station and you were using the public airwaves to present a message, we had a fairness doctrine where you were required by law to share the other side of the story. And President Ronald Reagan, who was president when I was in high school and a little bit younger than that, had the fairness doctrine eliminated. He had it taken out of the books. And there was a specific reason for that. It was designed so that organizations like Fox News and right-wing talk radio could start spreading the lie that all mainstream media was bad. Now, this was during the time of Walter Cronkite and Dan Rather, all the other news heads that we had out there that were highly respected. But it was a strategy to make it so that the airwaves no longer had to present an unbiased case. And then these right-wing media sources like Rush Limbaugh and Fox News, etc., began pouring it on to rural America. You can't trust politicians. You can't trust the news.
And what's the old adage you're saying? Like, if you say something enough times, that makes it true, right? So if you repeat the same message over and over, no matter how false it is, people are inevitably going to accept it as truth. And that's basically what happened. This is why we're at this point. This isn't just an overnight or, the past like decade or whatever. This is a 40-year long since Reagan era plan that's been put into place. And they've repeated this message enough that people actually believe it, to the point that Trump can flat out lie in front of everybody. And rural America, for the most part, accepts it. Like, they go with it. Yep. You don't need enough facts. You don't need facts. When you say it enough times, it becomes truth.
And what they did is they focused on destroying the trust in these institutions so that they could replace it with another institution. And they did that. They replaced it with Fox News. They replaced it with right-wing talk radio. And I can't tell you how many times when I was growing up, when I was your age, I'd walk into a job site or be on a farm and I would hear right-wing talk radio blaring on the radio all day long. And then after they had destroyed our faith in media institutions in rural America, they then turned their guns toward the government itself. And they began building in us a distrust of government organizations. And Skylar, here's the facts, okay? You can look this up on your own, but these are the facts. Rural America uses more welfare than the blue cities do. Rural America needs more help feeding our children. We need more help keeping our hospitals open. And guys like you and I, farmers out there that grow row crops or do agroforestry or raise cattle, we take welfare too. Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with that because we can't control the cost of our inputs. We can't control the cost of what we sell our products for. We got to pay for shipping both ways, as Kennedy said. But the reality of the situation is they were able to instill in us the idea that the government money coming to us was okay and was a good thing, but the government money going everywhere else was a scam or a sham or communistic or socialistic, etc.
Which is so true because, like, think about the instance of, like, California, right? And how bad people, how bad, like, red states talk about California. Like, oh, it's awful. You don't want to go there. Look at this, But California pays the most taxes out of every state. So if it wasn't for California, states like Texas or, Georgia or Alabama or any of the like red states that benefit from the government programs, if it wasn't for California paying in that, then they wouldn't have those funds. But that's like that rural America or, the red areas, they are not ready to have those conversations because they've believed this lie for so long. And they continue to believe this lie.
So it reached a fever pitch finally where a lot of rural people, over 70% of rural farmers and ranchers, only believe the Fox Newses and the talk radio. And when they came to you and told you that Trump wasn't going to implement Project 2025 and that he didn't have anything to do with it, you believe that. And you're not alone. All I'm here to tell you is that you were lied to. I'm not asking you to admit you were wrong. I'm not telling you you effed around and found out, because I don't want to see you lose your farm. And if there's anything I can do to help you not lose your farm, I'd be happy to do it. But in the distrust that you built up for government over time, and due to the fact that you didn't think mainstream media was reliable anymore, and you began listening to the news sources that tried to convince you every day that Project 2025 was not a Trump deal, even though many, many people on his campaign worked for Project 2025, they put it together, they helped write it. There was an entire section on agriculture. And in that section on agriculture, they specifically say they're going to cut out programs like this. Then they're going to cut out crop insurance. And Donald Trump is on record, my friend. And Skylar, look this up. Don't take anything I'm telling you at face value. You look it up. That's the difference.
And that's the thing. That's what we don't do, especially Americans. We're terrible at this, right? We get our news from social media and we don't fact check. Between us not fact checking and looking and seeing if it's true or not, and if you repeat it enough, it becomes fact, at least in our heads. But I love this approach too, because it's like, just because I'm saying this doesn't mean that it's true. Go look it up. Go do the research for yourself. Find out if I'm lying to you or not. Agreed, I'm the same way. Like, social media is so fast, I can get the information, I can look and I can go, is this right or not? And then I'll go look, and I'll specifically, if I'm interested to see if it's true. Gotcha. Yeah, so when I'm looking at it, I go, okay, is this true or is this not true? And then when I find out it's true, then, and hell, half the shit that's been being posted on Twitter is from one side is true and the other side is all lies. And it's pretty easy to pick that apart. So I'm faster on X right now because it's easier to differentiate between the two because of who's posting. But regardless, I do the exact same thing. It's like, okay, I see this, but is this correct? Oh, this is correct. Okay, let me post about it or let me talk about it. But yeah, and I love, especially when it's talking about bills and stuff, I'll always go to the source and reference those. I'll always go to the government sites to reference those. However, I don't know how possible that is now because hell, we're deleting random web pages on websites because, oh God, it stated DEI. So who knows what actually works out there on the government sites right now?
Difference between me and a lot of people on here. Check what I've said. Make sure I'm not lying to you. But Donald Trump is on record saying that corporate farming is better than small family farms and ranches. And Skylar, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to corporatize agriculture. And I'm not talking about when you and I go out and put together an LLC so that we can get the tax benefits and the protections from liability that come with that. I'm talking about big ag corporations in Wall Street buying up family farms and ranches as they go out of business so that they can turn it into just another investment. In the last 10 years, we've broken every single record in regard to the number of farms and ranches being bought up by investment companies in the United States. And I'd be happy to share all of that data with you.
Agreed. And that's why I always say when we have those talks here, like even when Corvus and I were having our little back and forth there, I'm like, this is what I heard. This is what I've looked at. I could be wrong. And then Corvus went and looked it up. Like that's how that needs to go. Like, because Corvus could have completely believed what I said and I could have been wrong. You know, and if I had been wrong and he had been like, hey, I looked it up, here's the source, I would have admitted that I was wrong. That's the way things should go. You know, let me correct myself because I don't want to spread misinformation either. That's why when I like say stuff like, and it's like, oh, you know, I heard, I'm not entirely certain, so I'm not very familiar. Don't quote me on this, you know, because I want y'all to understand, like when we're having these conversations, if I've read or I've looked at stuff and I'm confident in it that I'm not lying or I'm not spreading misinformation, I will gladly have a conversation about it. But if I don't feel like I'm one that can have a discussion about that without even accidentally spreading misinformation or lies, then I don't want to dive too deep into it without research because I want to be well versed in the conversations we have here to the best of my ability. I'm not saying I'm going to be well versed in every conversation we have here because I'm not. No one is ever going to be. But I at least want to be transparent enough to be like, hey, I could be wrong. But I'm pretty sure. There is. It really is. And so this is where we have to rely on, you know, people fact checking us, which I'm completely fine with. Real time fact check me. If I'm wrong, I will admit I'm wrong. Yeah, it might hurt my pride a little bit. It might suck, but if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You know, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. But if I'm right, you know, then you've learned something. At least I would hope. So that's kind of the way I look at it.
But my friend, I think the worst thing that they did to us in rural America is they convinced us somehow to place the culture wars over our own well-being. And what do I mean by that? Brother, when I was young, you didn't care what anybody did in their bedroom.
Yep.
Gay, lesbian, trans, whatever. That was their life. And the only way the law changed was just to say that you can't discriminate against those people when you're hiring, and you can't commit acts of hate against them because they're different than you and I as heterosexual white men. That's all the law did. And Skylar, did you know that the Southern Baptist Convention, and I was a Southern Baptist for a long time, do you know that the Southern Baptist Convention had its own clauses in their charter that said that abortion was okay in the event that it saved the life of the mother or the child might be deformed?
Yep. But somehow that's moved away from that too. But yeah, I grew up Southern Baptist. There was certain instances. I mean, even divorce is highly frowned upon, but there's certain instances where it's okay.
but it was political hacks in the religious Christian movement that came in and politicized the abortion topic in order to get folks like you and I in rural America to turn against it. So I'm not here to tell you FO, brother. I know how hard you work every day, and I know what you're trying to do for your family because I'm doing the same thing. And you may listen to what I have to say, and you may just think this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. But I hope you'll listen to it with an open mind, and I hope you'll double check and research what I've told you. Because the truth of the matter is we've been lied to.
Mm-hmm.
So at this stage, I'm not even asking you to say you were wrong. I'm just asking you to admit that you were lied to. Trump was forwarding Project 2025. He just hired the guy to oversee cost and contracts in the federal government that wrote Project 2025.
Yep,
We were lied to, my
100% true.
friend. And nobody's going to judge you if you just admit that you were lied to and you made decisions based on the fact that you thought these contracts were going to be kept and that you were lied to. And then the next step is get involved with us to fight back. It doesn't make you a Democrat. It doesn't make you a turncoat. It just means you see wrong when it occurs and you fight back against it. Anyway, I hope that makes sense and have a great day.
Also, everybody.
And that's the thing. That's the thing. It's not about being left or right. It's not in the slightest about being left or right or independent or whatever. It is at this point, it is about right and wrong. And FAFO is just not it. It really is not. Like, first term was entertaining, but we were still paying for the with repercussions from it. It was, and see, that's the thing. People didn't understand it because they were lied to for so long. Like, and I think that's where, like, when like we're talking, like Corvus and I are talking about stuff, or even like, you know, other people from other countries, like we're having these discussions. I think that's where other countries don't quite grasp. It is morally reprehensible, but I think that's where the grasp is hard. I think that's where it's hard to grasp, is because, like, on a moral, common sense standpoint, how could this even happen, right? Because I'm right there with anybody else. Like, how could this happen? But I also don't forget where I came from. I hope to God I never forget where I came from, right? Because it's a part of who I am. And it's a part of the reason that I wanted to change and learn. And why I have such a passion about talking about this stuff, because here's the thing, like, I grew up in that rural America. I grew up hearing that rhetoric every day on the radio or the TV, like Fox News, you know, Rush Limbaugh, like Glenn Beck. I was listening to him. I understand that. I understand that, Charles. I hope your week gets better. Just think about it this way. You're free now. That's how that goes. You're free to, you know, you're free to shop around now. This is why I doubt I ever get tied down again. I made the mistake one time, and that was enough. I'm good. But yeah, growing up in rural America, like, I heard all the rhetoric. Like, and I believed a lot of the rhetoric. Like, all this stuff about You can't trust these people. You can't trust that. Like, I believed it. I was in it. I was arguing against the left all the time. And then I moved. Then I got out. I touched grass, right? It was great. And once I touched grass, it became obvious to me that I believe this rhetoric and these lies. But unfortunately, a lot of people don't get out of those areas. There's some people, so I don't know how often y'all travel Corvus in Canada, like from province to province. Yep. How ironic indeed. Yep. It's amazing how, that happens. But it's little stuff like that that's been done over time that's slowly eroded our freedoms. It's slowly changed the course of our country. And it's bred this mentality. And like I was saying, I don't know how much y'all travel in the province to province, Corvus in Canada. But I can tell you right now, I have met people just even in Texas that haven't even left their city, let alone state, in their life. Like, I met somebody for coffee one time, and I lived like 15, 20 minutes in a different city from the city that they were in. And it's Texas. I mean, the damn cities are massive. But I met them, and I was like, so y'all, you've never been out of this city? And they're like, no. Like, everything's here. Why would I leave? So there's so many people like that in rural America. Not that they have all this stuff. Why would they leave? But they're victims of circumstance. So the circumstance is they struggle day to day that they can't afford to just up and move. They have families. They spend their whole lives in the same town. And they believe the same things. They're around the same rhetoric all their lives. So they truly believe it, and it's a part of their identity. That's where your Trump voters came from. And once you understand that, you can understand how he got elected, even with the garbage he spews and what he said he was going to do. They do. It's 100% an echo chamber. During the pandemic, I got really into politics on my Facebook page. Like, super into politics. Like, I mean, I was, yeah, like, I don't know, this time might be worse around, but it was definitely, I went down a path. And it was more or less a path of education to the people I grew up with, right? Because those are the people that were on my Facebook page. People I went to school with, people I went to church with. I was arguing points with these people that lived in the same town as me growing up. And I understand that. It totally makes sense. And honestly, I like to look at both sides. And here's my view of things, right? So it's like when you have a dispute, right? In anything, there's three sides to every story, right? There's the one side for the one person, there's the other side for the other person, and then there's what actually happened. Because each side has a bias. So you have to sift through the bias to understand the actual truth. I've always had that point of view, and I always will. Because even after you repeat a story, right, you don't remember all the details. So it's going to come out altered in some way, shape, or form. So you're not going to get the exact same story from both people. So you have to sift through and figure out what is the truth. And that's how I feel like it is with in the political arena. It's like you have two sides. So these are the two sides. This is the facts. This is the noise. Let's sift through the noise and figure out the commonalities or what's actually going on. That's how I kind of try to approach it. And it's, I think that's part of why we can have these discussions and they don't get super heated. And I don't think I've pissed anybody off yet. I mean, I know I've had people unfollow me, so I don't know whether that's pissed because like I stopped releasing free shit for streamers or, just because I started like we talk politics and I piss them off. So agreed. But I'm starting to find the more I dig in, there is BS on both sides. But where at one point in time I wouldn't believe anything the left said at all, I feel like the left is a little more moral and honest than the right. How sad is that? So, it's it's a thing. It's a thing. But anyway, to understand rural America, to understand rural America is to understand how Trump is president. Let's put it that way. But I was really impressed with that video. That guy put it together really well. And I think we need more of that. And that's honestly, I think that's probably the best way to put it. I really do. I think Sylvie hit it the nail on the head. Like, I can at least go back with the left and find documentation on their claims. On the right, it's just like noise. It really is. I think that's absolutely the best. Like, damn, I think that's the best like take on that. I can't think of anything better. Yeah, there you go. But this is why I'm like I don't mind having these discussions. And this is why I'm like I need a name for another channel because I feel like there needs to be more education. There needs to be more discussions on what's going on. Let's cut through the noise. And how can we band together and fight back? Because what is the alternative? Because we can't just sit here on our hands. Because if we sit on our hands too long, like most of the time you can go, oh, what's the worst thing that he can do? I don't want to know the worst thing that he can do. Because I already know the worst thing he could do, and he's pretty much said he's going to do it, which actually terrifies me. So that can't happen. So that's why I'm like, I'm passionate about discussing this stuff and having those conversations with people. Because people just don't know. Like that farmer didn't know. He signed up for a contract with the government that was going to be beneficial to Americans and him. He didn't have to worry about using his funds to grow crops that benefited the American people. He didn't. But then once Trump came in, he did. Yeah, 'cause here's my take on it, right? So my take is the fuck around and find out method is for MAGA at this point. Because they're spouting it too. They're spewing the hell out of fuck around and find out. Because they're so bought into it that they don't see the detriment that's coming. They haven't been affected by it personally yet. But when they do, that fuck around and find out's going to flip on them. And that's enough for me, right? So let them have the fuck around and find out, and let us discuss how we can change things and work together to make sure that Americans aren't screwed and that we're not pissing off our allies and we're not colluding with the enemy. And God forbid, can we not release, confidential information to the public? Like, I get Americans. Agreed. But I get that we asked for transparency for Doge, right? But good God, nobody asked for transparency that would put our national security at risk. I would have been okay if they had released the UFO info. But that's not what they released. That's not really what they released at all. They were like what they released. Oh, yeah. What they released was national security issues. Like straight up a threat to national security. And I don't know how detailed that stuff got, but I hope to God that's enough to pull Elon out of that crap. I hope he gets banned from anything dealing with any government entity. Oh, yeah, guaranteed. But I hope that their blunder this time was enough to get Elon banned from government facilities. Period. Because what else is he going to release? I'm not even worried about the UFO files. Please just release those. Right? Like, Agreed. But I mean, I don't know. It's just like my go-to phrase is like it's mind-blowing, but it's really not at this point. We're we're kind of in this point cuz we put ourselves in this point. And sadly it's both sides' fault. Like I can't even blame MAGA for this. Like it's a mix of like MAGA right-wing rhetoric and then the left not having a spine and not sticking to their messaging and pandering and their insider trading and other stuff that they do that caused the lack of faith in them in the first place, that they could be outmaneuvered, replaced with a felon, and cause our country to tumble into possible turmoil. Another day at the office, I say. Another day at the office. But yeah, I do love how Elon thinks he's being cute though. It's like, oh, White House tech support, and then he wears a tech support t-shirt and it's like, oh, this should be all they need. Like, buddy, nobody cares. Nobody thinks you're cute. You're annoying. You broke X and now you're breaking the let me rephrase that. You broke Twitter and now you're breaking the government. And not in good ways. Like, Twitter was fine until he fucked it all to hell. And now he's doing the same thing to the government. And the sad part is, people are cheering him on because he was able to unban and uncensor right-wing rhetoric and misinformation. He's a hero for doing that, so of course he's going to do that in the government. Yeah, open source all the government source codes. Yeah. Here you go, China. Here's our algorithm. Like, oh my God. And they want the government to buy ByteDance for TikTok. Like, really? Or divest TikTok into the US government. Like, yeah, I know. I know. Well, yeah, because I mean, the person that owns X, um, you know, did a did a did a salute that was clearly Chad. That salute was an awkward gesture. Do you know what was funny though? Do you know what was absolutely flipping hilarious? Does anybody remember when the ADL came in defending Elon? Does anybody remember that? Oh, that's funny. No, I haven't, but that's hilarious. I knew what you meant. Although technically he probably could. I mean, he could go fuck himself. I mean, you know, like let's be honest here. A lot of people would love to tell him to do that, but I understood what you meant. Anyway, does anybody remember? Anybody remember when the ADL called out Elon Musk or protected Elon Musk, right? With the awkward hand gesture, and then Then it got real funny, right? So then it got real funny. So where's the ADL's post? I've been on fire, like freaking, like sharing shit. Oh yeah, February 9th. So here, so ADL. Let's see if I can find their post. Right. When was the inauguration? That was back in January, right? January 20th. If the post is even still there. So many posts. Let's scroll more. Damn, how much do they post? Not that I give a shit what they say half the time anyway after that. What day? Was it? It was the 20th, right? '24th. Keep going. We're almost there. Oh, of course, another school shooting. As I scroll by, seeing that. Not surprising, sadly. Okay. Yep, January 20th. So, let's discuss this one. ADL posts, this is a delicate moment. It's a new day, and yet so many are on edge. Our politics are inflamed, and social media only adds to the anxiety. It seems that Elon Musk made an awkward gesture in a moment of enthusiasm, not a Nazi salute. But again, we appreciate that people are on edge. In this moment, all sides should give one another a bit of grace, perhaps even the benefit of the doubt, and take a breath. This is a new beginning. Let's hope for healing and work towards unity in the months and years ahead. However, the other day, here we go again. Another arrogant display of anti-Semitism, racism, and misogyny from Kanye West. On his X account this morning, just a few years ago, ADL found that 30 anti-Semitic incidents nationwide were tied to Kanye's 2022 anti-Semitic rants. We condemn this dangerous behavior and need to call it what it is, a flagrant and unequivocal display of hate. Like, really, ADL? Like, really? Do words even need to be said? But guess what? Oh, also, notice the comments. Notice the comments. So what do I do, right? Right? What do? I go, wait. So you need to call it what it is. Here, but with Elon, it was just an awkward gesture. I'm confused. Why the flip-flopping? I'd ask on your post, but you seem to have turned off the comments. Wonder why you would do that. Afraid people are going to see the hypocrisy and call you out for it? I hope they do. Like, I am not even playing at this point anymore. I am done with these people. Like, flagrant. Have a good night, nobody. Thanks for hanging out. You know what's funny? I said at the beginning of the night I wasn't going to get political, and here we are getting political. Go figure. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lie or spread misinformation. Okay. No worries. Have a great night. Thanks for hanging out. What do you mean? He has no companion anymore. They're getting divorced. But I know which one you were referring to, and are you trying to get me banned? Although I'm surprised I'm not at this point. It's not allowed. Not allowed. But yeah, no. I was hoping not to find that picture. That stuff is only allowed when it's in context of the video game. It's part of the video game and not the whole part of the video game. So there. I have to be careful on that. Which is why I have to be careful on X now. That's why I don't really pull it up much when I'm on stream. I was being a little braver than I normally would be. But anyway, I feel, I don't know. I feel like we can come together as a nation and understand each other and have discussions and move forward, right? To a better nation. After the ads. What do you mean? What do you mean? Do you have ads, Corvus, or no? I do have the tag on. I don't know if we have ads or not. So I don't want to address it if there are ads for sure. Okay. I have the politics tag on. I turned it on after a little while because we were discussing politics. So that probably nuked the ads. Even though it tells me that the ads are running right now. So anyway, yes, both parties need to be willing to listen. I 100% agree. And I think it's a heated time that makes that difficult. What? If there are no ads, then no. So you only get money on ads for ad slots. So if there's no ads that play in the slots, then you don't make money off of ads that don't play. However, you don't make that much money off of ads anyway unless you have a high viewership channel. So it's not a huge deal regardless. That's why I get annoyed with the ads, because it doesn't do me any good running them. I might get lucky and make 30 cents in a stream or some stupid crap like that. I don't know. if that. So that's why I view ads as more of a nuisance than anything. Because, like, the worst part is if you run the ads in the ad scheduler, you're supposed to. Yeah. Well, here's where it gets really, really crazy, right? So let's let that turn off. Come on. So if I don't run ads, you get pre-rolls when you join. And I've joined enough streams that have pre-rolls that it drives me nuts. Because I don't want to watch 10 ads before I join to spend 30 seconds to see if I'm even interested in leaving the window open. So I will... Oh, I gotcha. So I don't want to... I don't want to have pre-rolls for people to hit stream to spend 30 seconds looking at my ugly mug to decide that they don't want to hang out here. I'd rather them click on stream, be here 5 seconds, go, I don't want to look at his ugly mug, and leave. I don't want to, because I at least want them to I want to give them a chance to look at my ugly mug before they decide to close the stream out. Let's put it that way. And ads prevent that. So I auto run them so I don't forget and pre-rolls happen. But also because I run the ads through the ad scheduler, I'm supposed to be being paid out like 35% versus the lower percent or something like that. So if I'm getting paid out like 30 cents in the stream at 30% of the ad revenue for said stream, that should tell you how much I don't care about ads. Yet they're a nuisance because I have to play them. So I try to accommodate in a way that people don't miss stuff, because I don't think it's fair for us, especially when we're having discussions. I don't think it's fair to continue having a discussion when people can't view without the ads. Because while I appreciate all that sub, because if I run, say, politics, then people filter out that don't want to have, like, if I'm playing a game and it says politics on it to filter out ads, it will also filter out the people that don't want to view political content at all. Does that make sense? Because if you search and you filter out political content because you are on Twitch, you want to watch video games, you don't want to discuss politics at all, fuck that shit, you see enough of that on the news, you will never find me. Not that you'll find me anyway on Twitch anyway, but point of the matter is it'll nuke me from the search too. I mean, that's what I was just saying. You have a point. But it's also not guaranteed because you've had, like, people have had ads on the politics tag. So, hey, I'm changing that this year, okay? Calm down there, buddy. I got to go through all my VODs because I have a software that uses AI to clip. I'm just giving, anyway. I am calm. No, anyway. I need to go through clips this weekend and post. Yeah, I'm fine. Like, for me, I'm fine with ads, like, on streams. If I like the person enough, like, there is one channel I sub to all the time, regardless. They get my Prime sub, if nothing else. Because I like him, he's cool. Well, y'all know him. I sub to Dino. He's the one consistent sub that I have. I sub to other people every once in a while, but Dino is the hands down the one I sub to the most, regardless. Because I enjoy his community. I enjoy hanging out with him when I have the time. And he's a great streamer, and I want to support him, you know. And I will try to do that with whatever streamers I can. But I'm just like anybody else. I understand that you can't sub to every channel you like. It's just not feasible. So I appreciate it when people sub. I do, but I don't ever expect it. So that's why I tried to make it where even if we have ads, if I can, to the best of my ability, I'm going to make sure that I will try to stop what I'm doing, stop the discussion, and wait till ads are over so nobody misses out on anything. Because even if I put the political tag on, I do know I have had people that have gotten ads with the political content tag on it regardless. Because also the ads, remember too, are region based. So if there's like in your region, if there's no ad slots filled, or there are ad slots. Yeah, exactly. As long as I can do it, I will try to do it. There's certain instances where you can't, but like when we play Marvel Rivals, I can't pause in the middle of a match like that. It just sucks. But yeah, like in Avowed yesterday, I was pausing, which I really wanted to play Avowed tonight, but that's not happening, which is fine. We'll do that later. I'm probably going to stream earlier tomorrow because I want to spend a lot of time in Avowed, and I also want to play Rivals. So we may stream earlier tomorrow and may stream longer, if that's cool with everybody. Depends on what I got going on and what time I get up in the morning. But I'm gonna try to mix it up between Marvel Rivals and Avowed tomorrow. Cause I was enjoying Avowed last night. I don't know if anybody else was, but I was truly enjoying it. How could I what? How could I what? Are you gonna have a full team tomorrow, Muffins? Muffins has abandoned me. Because I really liked Avowed. And if I'm going to play it most of the day tomorrow, I do want to do some Rivals. I do want to do Rivals tomorrow, probably before I get into Avowed. But I'm going to spend a lot of time in Avowed tomorrow. That's the plan. Because I don't know about y'all, but I was enjoying that last night. Even if Muffins made me play the hardest difficulty, it's fine. Because it was fun. So there's that. I'm not sure what time I'm going to start, but it will more than likely be earlier. Get up, get a shower, get some food in me. Probably. I'm starting to find, like, just going ahead and playing the hardest difficulty makes me enjoy it more, because I do get frustrated and I want to give up, but then when I finally get through that part, I feel accomplished. And it makes me feel better about playing the game. However, it sucks for y'all watching because y'all get to watch me do the same part over and over on loop until I finally pass it. But again, like I said earlier, that's where y'all go, take a nap, watch a show or whatever, and come back. It's like, oh, is he still on this one part? Like, holy crap. Yep, see? I call it like it is. I know. You can't fool me. I know. I see. Just, while I'm thinking about this now too, I know aside from the political discussions, because we're discussing another channel for politics, even though we keep discussing them here, which is fine. I can just create another channel that's not Galman, right? And then we could just go like, we could just do politics on this stream, and then we could just do gaming on the other stream. We can do that too. But anyway, what I was going to ask was, after I get through, no, not at the same time. Like, we could do the political content on this stream, and then, like, say, no, we would ban politics from the other stream. We would ban it. Can't happen. Y'all know me too damn well. We were thinking about splitting it up, but I'm also like, at this point, I mean, let's be for real. Hassan plays video games and talks politics. Why can't I on the same channel? But then I know political streamers that have separate channels, so I don't know which way to go. I'm at a loss with it. But either way, my question was going to be, after I get through all these games that I somehow magically got myself into, that are all coming out that I want to play, once we get through those, yeah, possibly. I'm not sure. I'd have to look into it. Yeah. Or just, I could actually do titles that discuss, like, because if I do planned out political content, I could technically in the titles convey what we would be discussing, what the subject would be. A red hat for, just give me a dunce hat for political content. There you go. If I get a red hat for political content, it's going to be make aliens great again. I'm running with that. That's exactly what that hat would have to say. Anyway. Okay. So y'all essentially want me to change my avatar to a clown? Is that what you're saying? When I do political discussions, you want me to change the avatar to a clown? I believe that's what I'm reading. You know, believe it or not, I actually think that Animes has a Trump avatar. Believe it or not, I actually think it does. Now I'm curious. Do I have it installed on this computer still? I do. Oh, no, I don't have it. Damn. Okay. I'm not going to install it to launch it. I have to look at it later. Isn't politics the Well, I mean, it can be either a tragedy or a comedy. But I guess tragedies are technically comedies in a way. So, yeah, sure. Yeah. I believe I can agree with that. This is true. No lies detected. Okay. So, to my question. Once I get through all these games that I've dove into, Would y'all be interested if I signed up doing some GTA RP? I know you're going to tell me do what you want, but I've been eyeballing it, toying with it, but I haven't like jumped on it and tried yet. Yes, Grand Theft Auto. Basically, I don't know if you ever heard of 5M, Corvus. But essentially, it's a mod that allows you to basically be in the GTA world. Essentially, I guess, as the NPCs. So instead of being main characters, you're basically just people in Minecraft, in GTA. And they do RP. There's actual jobs and stuff like police, EMS, news people. You could run a burger shack if you wanted to. Like, you basically create your character, you apply, and then you RP as your character. I don't know what I could get away with. I would say probably not. I don't know, I've been down a GTA RP rabbit hole lately. I've actually enjoyed watching some storyline arcs. You know, depending on the server, I thought about like doing some political stuff, but I would depend on the server. Cuz you have to create your character. Yeah, I have to figure out cuz I've never done it, so it'd probably be like I'll probably do some public servers first before I try to apply to one of the whitelisted servers cuz I want to get an understanding under my belt. That's why I've kind of been watching it a little bit. But I didn't know if that was something y'all would be interested in. Because I know Sylvie and I have discussed RP in Minecraft, but here's the problem. I have to learn Java because she's going to want to do a custom build, which is fine, but that means I have to learn Java. So it's not going to happen like quickly. So I'm thinking at some point getting some RP under my belt with some GTA RP. But there's a whole community viewership, all sorts of stuff in like with GTA RP. Like the No Pixel server and Prodigy servers are huge, but those are big time streamer whitelisted servers that I'll probably never get into, which is fine. I don't need to get into those. But I want to get some under my belt to understand. Oh, yeah, it's a lot of work. I know it would be. But I also find it's actually more enjoyable to watch than I thought it would be. I guess is my take on it. Because I've been watching I don't even remember how I found him. But I've been watching a streamer that jumps between Prodigy and No Pixel. And he is a career criminal. And some of the shit that they do is absolutely hilarious and great. I haven't followed the whole arc, but the streams are entertaining as hell with what they do and how little he does interact with chat. I mean, he interacts with chat as best he can, but I mean, in the RP scenario, you can't. And that would be the other thing. Like, in RP, you can't gain knowledge from chat. So that's something that we'd have to be careful on, too. I could see that because depending on the server, I've heard a lot of, like, politics, not the good kind, come into play with that. A lot of, like, power grabs and stuff, which is why I'm afraid to get into it, because I don't want to find a server like that. I want to find a server that's, like, you know, going to be a decent experience. But I talked to Misty about it because Misty plays RP on servers, and she's recommended a couple. But if I did it, it would be something I do, like, later on down the road this year. I was just gauging interest, more or less. Typically, when I see people burn out and quit GTA RP or 5M, it usually boils down to politics and power grabs and stuff. Because they end up getting blamed for whatever the stupid reason they get blamed, and they're like, "Screw this, I'm done." I've seen a few streamers burn out over it. Part of the reason I want to do it in such a way that it's not. I wouldn't want it to become the central focus of the content here. I want it to be a complement to the content here, or the lack thereof, but regardless. So I want to take my time finding a server. I want to take my time building up a character for RP. But I'm kind of leaning to doing it. Because I think it would be fun, especially with the right people. Even thought about continuing building out the server that Sylvie and I were playing around and working with. But I want to make sure I understand the nuances of RP before I even go dabble in that again, because if I dabbled in a 5M server, that's going to get super expensive if I'm not careful and take a lot of time. As much fun as it would be, it would take a lot of time and money. So I would rather see if it's something I really want to do before I invested that time and money into it. But anyway, it was more like just a gauging of the thought of, would y'all be interested if I did something like that? But again, I know, you do what you want, whatever makes you happy. I just play Bongo Cat for like 5 hours on loop and let y'all be entertained by Bongo Cat. How about that? Probably more entertaining than me, right? Anyway. So, we officially did not play Avowed or any game tonight. We had a nice conversation. And it's an almost 4-hour long stream. How did this happen? Y'all ruining me. Are y'all trying to turn me into a just chatting streamer? Is that what's going on here? That's what y'all doing, right? You can be honest. I got you. I mean, that makes sense. The more enjoyable it is for the person doing it, the more enjoyable for the person watching. It makes sense. I get it. I totally do. Cause I mean, I know y'all have gathered that from like when I do really short streams. Like, if I'm just not feeling it, I just end it. Cause it's like, what's the benefit? It's one of those. It's like, where's the benefit in me trying to push through if I'm not feeling even the stream? Because then that's not. I mean, that's not beneficial to y'all at all. That's not entertaining at all. It's just me sitting here being frustrated, trying to push through, and it's like. Oh damn! So y'all took you took that nice long nap. Damn, sounds nice. Bed's actually sounding really nice for me. That's why I was like looking. I'm like, I'm almost been going 4 hours, and all we've done is talked. Granted, we've had some very, very great discussions. Very great very great discussions. It's almost midnight here. We're almost at 100%. That's why I was looking at the time. I'm like, it wouldn't be a bad time to start wrapping it up. Especially if I want to stream Avowed tomorrow and do Marvel Rivals and do a longer stream. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm in CST, so I'm an hour behind you. I always remember EST because the rest of my family's on the East Coast, so they're EST as well. So I always have to remember, oh, can't call them right now. They're probably in bed. Damn it. But yeah, it's about 5 minutes till midnight here. But yeah, if anybody has any more ideas for names for another channel, or should we just stay on one channel? Like, I know we were talking about not scaring people off by having political content and gaming content combined, but I gotcha. But at the same time, like, I think there's two approaches to it, and I'm just not. One, I'm not sure of a name I like, and two, I'm not sure it's one way is better than the other. I mean, yeah, I could do that. We were just talking about too. The Alien Waifu channel is more for like if I need to test stuff. Or if I'm going to do a random stream and I don't want to mess up people's watch streaks. But honestly, I've been kind of throwing that to the bus anyway, or to the wind. Like, oh, they'll figure out. Yeah, I haven't in forever because I hadn't needed to fix anything. I had another channel that I stopped using to move over to the Alien Waifu channel. And yeah, they were only ever to fix like audio before I went on here. Because between Webmage and Randy, like, they help me out listening to get the audio where it needs to be before I go live on here. If I do anything changing on audio. If I change anything on my audio that is breaking changes, which here in the future that will be happening. So I will be streaming over there to do audio testing because I hate when my audio is not working right when I go live on this channel. I absolutely despise it. Yeah, it's not a terrible one at all. I feel more that one than some of the other ones the stupid AI gave me. True, but I'm not touching it because, okay, so when I touch the audio, the entire stream is going to have to be redone. Throw it in the list for Discord. Never, because I can see the bar on my OBS and it's actually working, so nice try. All right, so I posted it in the channel so I don't forget it. Is that what you call it? Interesting, Randy? I guess one could call it that way. But yes, so Rodecaster or Rode released an update not too long ago to the Rodecaster Pro 2. And they simplified audio, which is amazing. I gotcha. So the audio is simplified, but because my audio is so complex, it's not necessarily going to be an easy change over to the simplified method. So I'm waiting to do that when I fully change stream over to the redone part, which I need to get with Meld and give them my evaluation on a few things because I still need a couple things. For the love of God, I need Source to play on visibility, not seen. Please, please, Meld. I beg of you. So once I get the new stream set up, I'm gonna move audio over, and that's for sure when I'm gonna stream to that channel because we're gonna have to test the audio to make sure because I'm changing the whole damn setup. Because it's all virtual sound cards, so we get away from the ASIO drivers and the mono splits, which I'm happy about. But again, I'm waiting on some stuff that Meld is implementing. And then once that is implemented, then, we'll be good. Because I could already tell a difference playing with Meld versus OBS. Oh, I'm not worried about effects. Like, I'll be able, if they can do that one little change, I'm pretty much covered on everything, I think, from moving from OBS to Meld. I'm almost positive. So that's why I need to mention that, like, in the suggestions, so maybe they will fix that. Because that was the only glaring thing I could see wrong. Everything else seemed fine. Everything else worked perfect. I like the new look that we're going with, but I like to do all my stuff with StreamerBot, and to do that properly, I need things to play on source visibility, not scene visibility. Because nested scenes just break that. But anyway, we have 6 minutes before the next ad is forced on me to run. So instead of us sitting here being forced on ads, right, we're going to Call it right here. That sound good? Sounds good to me. I feel like we've had some nice discussions. Okay, yeah, you are funny. You are funny. You are hilarious. I feel like we've had some great discussions. I've enjoyed tonight just chilling and chatting. It's been great. I will try to let y'all know before I go live in the Discord. Because I'm not sure what time it's gonna be. I'm gonna try to time it around where I get food so I can sit down and like eat, do that, and then start streaming. So we'll see what happens. If Muffins, do you want me to message you tomorrow for Rivals? Because I think I want to do that first, and then I'm gonna go into Avowed. But I'm gonna spend a lot of time in Avowed tomorrow, hopefully, because again, loving the game, want to continue playing it, and see how far I can get. Because I need to speed run Avowed, but while enjoying it, so I can get to back to Chernobyl Light and finish it. Okay, sounds good. Absolutely. So thank y'all for hanging out. It's been fun. I appreciate all of you. I will see everyone back here tomorrow. I will let you know in the Discord. Hopefully, I'll try to remember when I will be going live. I hope everybody has a great weekend. As Corvus said, great sleep. I will see y'all tomorrow. Until then, have a good one.